Okay, well, good morning and welcome back, everybody. So let's jump into today's session. We are going to follow up on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey discussion that we were having yesterday. And leading that off, Ian is going to walk us through a little bit about the simulation tool that's been developed and how we account for the second objective, the secondary objective as part of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. And that all revolves around sort of long or more desirably a medium-term revenue neutrality for the survey. So with that, I'm going to pass to Ian, who's going to lead us through.
Just on that revenue neutrality, I noticed yesterday the terminology was long-term revenue neutrality. Do you ever come out positive?
Yes. So last year, for example, we were about 900,000 in the hole. Prior year, about 300,000 positive, and the prior year to that, about 800,000 positive. Just as an example.
So you long-term, this thing is fairly revenue neutral.
Long-term is that I would consider that short-term.
Yeah.
And so going back in time, if you were to look at the expansion series that was done, it was strongly revenue negative, and essentially that's why we're in the hole we're in the survey, where we chewed through almost the entire survey reserve and 40 reserve. And then we hit COVID. So 2020 essentially was at zero, which meant that coming into challenges. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
So I don't know if we can do an Excel spreadsheet inside Adobe.
I don't think so. So Pete and Anne and Marie are the only ones there who can't see it, but they've seen it before as part of the commissioner's presentation. So you just have to visualize.
Use your imagination on this. Oh, that's nice and organized.
Deep in here, yes. Very deep.
As deep as a certain submarine.
Okay. Just make sure this is going to open, and then I'll just preface this. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Are you sharing this? Yeah, this is on the main computer.
Yeah.
So can you share this?
Yeah.
Just share screen. So here I can drive.
Actually, yeah. Okay.
They have a record on it too.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. So everybody can see it now. There you go. Great. Okay.
So
I'm actually going to close it for a second while I preface it. And okay, so just to reorient.
Oh, sorry.
you're good.
Sorry.
Still there. I've got it live on my screen here, so you're good. No problem. You can just keep talking.
Okay.
You just have to reopen it.
Just
Reopen.
Yep. So it comes straight back live.
Yeah. Okay. So to preface this, just to pick up where Ray left off, so you see the timing, we do have a timing challenge every year, which is that we need the results of the particular year's survey in terms of what we caught, how much things cost, the prices we received in order to plan for the upcoming year's survey. So the way this works, Ray just showed you the design for 2024. And then in the fall, in September, he'll have some updates to that design, but we still won't have all the finals from this year's survey yet. And so that's why there's always this question, and it's kind of a challenge that the commissioners feel like they would like you to see more of the optimized design, but we don't actually have it until after the fall SRB meeting. We developed that design generally in the month of October leading up to the interim meeting, because we need the year's, the actual costs and everything, accumulated over the year's survey. We just don't have that in time in the fall. So that's part of why we have this kind of lag in the system. We could, for example, in the spring, do a projection of next year's survey using the costs from last year. But our lesson has, as Dave noted, we've run from 600,000 under to 800,000 over year to year, that it's very challenging to predict even 1 year in advance, much less two. And so I would be very hesitant to even try to put together something detailed this time of year for 2024 based on last year's costs. So that's the timing challenge we have. So I want to walk through, we've developed this spreadsheet-based tool because we have, this is sort of handled by a bunch of different people in-house here. And I want to start here on the inputs. So we have, this is a spreadsheet that's built to basically to take everything that we know about our cost and our costs and revenue from the survey, accumulate it all, and then project it forward into the upcoming year with options to adjust things that we think may change over time. So for example, we have all of the actual budget lines from the previous year's survey, what each of the various things actually cost us. And we add all that stuff up. We have the ability to have multipliers if we expect, say, a 5 or 10% increase year on year, we build in some inflation, that sort of things. If we have atypical costs, we can go in and manually adjust those and say, well, we spent $100,000 on this piece of equipment last year, but we don't anticipate that cost this year. That sort of stuff all happens when the dust settles from the year's survey. So we go through and everything gets reconciled and we go through that whole process. And then we have one of the key pieces to all that is the bidding. So we have the entire survey design divided up into charter regions, and it's each IPHC regulatory area has one or more charter regions within it. And these charter regions are essentially just bite-sized chunks that the survey uses for their logistical planning. They don't mean anything biologically. They don't mean anything statistically. They're just pieces that the survey uses to divide things up, because we know someone's not going to bid, for example, on 280 stations. So it's bite-sized chunks. So we have two sections of results from the previous year that go charter region by charter region. So we have the bid section, and we have what we actually surveyed. And so, for example, we know what year we've most recently surveyed a particular charter region. We know how many stations, we know how many skates we had, because the number of stations and number of skates can change year on year. We have to account for that. If we fished 8 skates last time, and we're only going to fish 4 skates this time, we would expect that to be a different bid because it's less work. Conversely, in the other direction, or if we double the number of stations, it's obviously going to be a larger bid. We count for the kind of gear that was used, and then we have the actual bid that we accepted from that. So we know sort of what that region cost us last time we did it. And then I wanted to highlight, for example, Ketchikan here, just to show you why we have to also track what we actually did. So for example, in Ketchikan, we had a bid on 40 stations at 8 skates, but we actually only ended up fishing 23 stations. And I think we had some logistical challenges, but when we go to track how many pounds of fish we landed, what price we got, we need to account for what we actually fished, not what was bid on. But yet when we're projecting the upcoming year's bids, we need to know what the vessel bid on, because even though they only fished 23 skates, they bid on 40 stations instead of 23.
They get paid at a prorated.
And they get paid in a prorated sense, yeah. But we have to track both of these things in order to make a good prediction of what's coming up next year. So we track how many pounds of fish we landed, the average price we got, how much we made on bycatch, and we discard bycatch that's going to survive. So sablefish and skates and things get discarded, and those can survive. Rockfish and Pacific cod are pretty much guaranteed to be dead when they come up, so we keep those, and those get sold. So we track all of that information, and we track the year in which we most recently surveyed, because we do have cases where sometimes it's been several years since we surveyed it. So essentially, this tab allows us to accumulate all the information about the most recent surveys we've done in that particular charter region, and that forms the basis of our projections for the upcoming year. And from that, then we go through a process. Let me just back up here. And so what I'm showing you, this particular spreadsheet is where we were when we went through this process with the commissioners last year. So we left off with the SRB, and this in fact was the design that Ray showed you yesterday, where we had proposed doing all of 2A, all of 4C, D, and E, and a good chunk of 4B and 4A. So this is what we're calling our pre-optimized design, where we're meeting our minimum bias and variance targets. And so what we do behind the curtain, we go through and we develop a series of scenarios. and we work out what the projected expenses are using this sheet, and we make some maps of these projected designs. And that way we can step through then for the commissioners, we can step through a series of designs. So here's where we started, and then I'll step you through this series of designs going from the basic scientific design to what they ultimately settled on. Before I do that, I want to show you the two key inputs here. And those two key inputs are what we project in terms of change in the stock. So how our catch rate is going to change next year, and what we project in terms of how the price is going to change. And these two are the key to the whole thing. So for example, this pre-optimized design, and moving down here, we itemize out, this is how many fish we project, the pounds we're going to catch, the average price we expect to get. So we have projections of all the things that define the survey. All the budget line items are projected, what it's going to cost us. And the bottom line, the design was 2.8 million negative last year when we started out. But you can see here, so this table gets created, which shows you this is price and stock. And you can see for a 15% spread in stock and a 20% spread in price, this ranges from 2.3 million to 3.1. So there's a huge amount of effect of both stock size and price. And neither of these things do we actually know going forward. So this is why we can come up $500,000 above or below very easily. If the price changes even by just a little bit, we can end up quite a bit above or below where we expected. Similarly with stock change. So that's the science design that we started with. And that sort of number, 2.8 negative, is why Ray and I didn't hesitate yesterday to say that we're probably not going to get the science design next year that we would like to have. So from that, we then went through a series of designs. And so we have two moving pieces here that we can, well, three moving pieces. The first thing we can change is we can change the number of skates that we're fishing at each station. And our survey design, we require between 4 and 8 skates. And we keep that range because there is an end of skate effect, which is that the end of the skate is effectively fishing a larger area than the center where it has adjacent hooks. And so we limit that range of skates, and Ray's done some work historically to show that this keeps the end of skate effect on catch rate in the single digit percentage range. If we were to go to say 1 skate, most of that skate is an end, and therefore we would expect to have a higher catch rate on that skate. So that we have some design parameters, 4 to 8 skates. So we can add skates where we have money making potential, and we can add stations to charter regions where we're making money. We can then also reduce the number of stations in charter regions that are losing money and or cut entire charter regions. So for example, we can just quickly go down here. Sorry, I lost my mouse. There we go. We can quickly go down to the output here, and I'll come across, this is again just by charter region, and we just have a quick color coding. You can quickly see that we lose money. Sorry, I went just a little bit too far. Well, this goes from 2A to region 4, and you can see this is always the case. We lose money in 2A and we lose money out west, and occasionally we have lower catch rates in some areas in the middle. So this is, if it's green, we're making money in that charter region. If it's red, we're losing money. So we can quickly see which regions are paying for other regions and which regions we need to add skates or stations in, which regions we want to reduce our footprint in. The skates is an interesting one because when we have a vessel on station, we've paid all the opportunity costs to get them there. And going from 4 to 8 skates costs us bait, and we account for that. We project how much bait it's going to cost on a skate by skate basis. But if we go from 4 to 8 skates, on paper at least, we double our catch at that station for the same opportunity costs and only a marginal cost of increasing bait. However, the vessels hate fishing 8 skates. And so we have a bid inflation factor that bumps the bid up by 10% every time we go up by two more skates to account for this fact. But this is a constant battle. So it's very difficult for us to describe to people why it's potentially a very easy way to add revenue to the survey to increase the number of skates, but yet they really don't like fishing 8 skates a day, especially deep water. It's not only a longer day, but it's more time at the roller without a break. It's just a long stint when you start. When you hook on the gear, they just have to spend a long time doing it. And especially in deep water, where it takes a long time just to get to the first hooks, it just makes for a long block of work. But anyway, those are the tools that we have. We can add or adjust charter regions, we can add or adjust skates, and we can add or adjust stations within charter regions. So, and I'm gonna now this is gonna go fairly fast. Wow, this is such a lag. I can hardly keep it. There we go. Okay. Back up here. Okay, so this is the design that you guys saw last September. And then we said, okay, well, what if we just dropped Area 4 CD&E? So now you see 4 CD&E has disappeared. How much could we save there? Because that one we added, remember, because that's the leading edge of the distribution, but yet we still meet our variance and bias variance targets even without that. So then we can go down and we can check the revenue, and as you'll see, we gain a little bit. We gained, I think, $400,000 or $500,000, but we still have a long way to go. And I'm just walking you through because this is exactly the steps that we go through here to figure out where we need to end up. Okay, so we drop 4 CD&E. Now let's go to a design. Now let's go to an optimized design where we add back some stations. So you see how this region now has a lot more stations in it. So we've added back stations everywhere where we anticipate we're going to make money. And that increases the revenue. But we've also, in this design, we also added 4 CD&E back to see, well, could we cover 4 CD&E if we just bumped up the number of stations? Turns out, no, it doesn't get us really anywhere. So then we go through and we said, okay, let's bump up the number of skates. So let's go all the way to 8 skates and let's get rid of 4 CD&E. So now the station footprint in the core is still pretty full. We've dropped 4 CD&E and we've gone up to 8 skates. So you see now on average, we're doing here, we're doing 7.1 skates across the coast. We'd be fishing 4 where we anticipate losing money, because going from 4 to 8 in a money losing area just means we burn more bait. There's no point. So this design.
Are you also tracking the total removals there?
Yep. Yeah. So this is
the other criterion, right? You're not
that's right.
trying to get too high.
Well,
What's too high?
Well, at the end of the day, we're trying to find a design that meets the revenue at the minimum amount of removals out of the stock. So in previous years, for example, in 2021, we were able to bump up the skates, say, from 4 to 6 in some areas and to add some additional stations, but not fully saturate the money-making areas. We could cover the design without having to fish every station.
At what point does the commission start to say, no, that's too much in terms of removals?
Somebody says that every year. Yeah. So this again, now we've bumped up skates in areas that make money, and we've bumped up the number of stations. So here now, look at that. We're down. We're close. We've gained almost $2 million off the original design. So then we went through the process, and these were all designs that we presented as potential options to the commission, although they're all still quite far out of revenue neutral. So then we had one, well, what would it take to get us to only a $500,000 loss? So we dropped part of 4A, we dropped part of 4B, we dropped part of 2A, and that got us down, well, it wasn't quite, and maybe we've made some changes since we named the designs, but it got us down, we're getting closer. So now we said, okay, we did a stepwise thing. So we said, okay, we're going to have to drop a charter region. Let's look at incrementally, let's drop 4A, 4B, and 2A, one at a time, so that we can see which of those is most expensive. And or if the commission decides they want to say, okay, let's just pick one of these and get rid of it, we can do that. So for example, if we just remove 4B, we take that out. Well, now we're at 400,000. If we do that design and just remove 2A, so 4B is back, but 2A is gone, we can see that's 466. So we can start to see the relative expense of each of those areas. So we went through that exercise for each of 4A, 4B, and 4C. And then we said, okay, well, here's going all the way to a revenue neutral design. So that was nothing in 4B, nothing in 4A, and nothing in 2A. And that design got us just barely in the positive. And then we did have a $200,000 carryover from the year before. So the commission asked us for several options. They said, first, And I forget what the numbers were, but this one provides a little bit of sampling in 4A and 4B and a little bit in 2A. And that was 320,000, and the commission said, no, that's too much. So then we did another design, which was what we call minimal sampling. So this one only had 16 stations in each of these areas, I think. And that got us down to 280, which was getting closer. And then ultimately, we had the adopted design, which was just a very few stations here and a very few in the top of 2A. We ended up dropping one charter region or maybe two charter regions in the core as well, which were projected to be revenue marginal or even negative. And this one actually got us finally below that 200,000, which was the carryover, which this was the design that the commission actually adopted.
We ended up not getting the stations before.
But then this little isolated pocket of stations wasn't very appealing. So we can go down here and see this was 16 stations in ADAC and 16 stations in Unalaska. And we were projecting, quite negative. We're going to be losing quite a lot of money to go out there. And when we put that out for bid, nobody wanted to go out there for a price we can afford and fish 32 stations. So we got zero bids, so we lost that piece of the design.
So you went even more neutral.
Well, on paper from here, this was in December, and then things evolved over the spring. Some prices went up. We accepted some bids that were higher or lower than what we had projected, and that's where we go from the planning tool into the sort of actuals. And then as the season goes on, the survey team is in this task of, they might have to accept a bid that's higher than we projected in one area and lower in another area, and maybe some expenses come in higher, and maybe the bait changes a little bit. All of these costs are our best guess at what's coming, prorated for inflation and, looking at last year versus this year. And so there's a lot of back and forth. And I think, as Dave mentioned earlier, we're actually running behind, even though we thought we would be.
Yeah, it's the number that's here. If you just want to scroll down.
Oh, yes.
Sitting at, what is it? 162. That's for the projected for the entire season, plus or minus some variance, whether it's 500,000 or whatever it's going to be. To give you an idea that the first 9 fish sales that have come in for this season, to give you an actual update, we're about $150-something thousand behind what we predicted using this model for those stations. So we're already at this level with only 9 fish landings. And so it's a big variance of what's going to happen with the rest of the season. And that's for 2 reasons. Catch rates are down in a couple of the areas, substantially down from what we predicted, even with the minus 5%, and fish prices down.
Is there any way that you could come up with a cost of what it would mean in the long term, maybe using the MSE, of not achieving objective 1, which is why you're out there to begin with? What happens if you don't have the data?
Probably nothing. You skipped a survey,
Skipped a year.
probably nothing would happen. You don't want to do that too many times in a row, but certainly there could be a threshold price where you're like, I'm not doing the survey at that price.
I'm thinking of the cost of the resource, the long term of not being able to follow it as closely as you would have. And maybe you get into one of these regions that you're looking at.
The challenge with, we could certainly set up a simulation and look at the effect of having larger variance or missing a survey year or 2 in a row. The problem with that general approach, from my experience in fisheries, is that we simulate things that we expect to see. And the things that cause problems are the things we didn't anticipate coming down. So an unexpected mortality event or a real change in distribution that we didn't see coming. And those are things that are very difficult to simulate in a reasonable way. We can always create a scenario that's going to break the simulation, but to come up with one that's both simultaneously reasonable and accounts for the uncertainty that's just inherent in fishery stocks. I mean, we saw this over COVID in the North Pacific. We've got several examples in the North Pacific of stocks that changed dramatically in a year that missed a survey. Totally unexpected. Pacific cod tanked in the Gulf of Alaska in 2014 as a result of warm water temperatures. Nobody saw it coming. There wasn't a survey that year. It took 2 years to identify it. Snow crab crashed in 2019. They missed the survey in 2020 because of COVID, and 2 years later they were gone, and the fishery was closed. So these things happen, but nobody would ever simulate this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Before I finish, I do want to highlight just this table here. So just to note, if the stock were to actually go down by 10% instead of 5%, and the price were to drop by 15%, we would be almost $800,000 negative. Conversely, if the stock went up a little bit and the price went up a little bit, we'd be $800,000 positive. So it's extremely sensitive to these things for which we have very little ability to accurately and precisely predict. So this is where we can make a really fancy tool, but we can't fundamentally predict the things that we want that are going to drive this the most. All the little prices, is the inflation on this particular expense, is it going to be 5% or 8%? That's basically irrelevant compared to the bigger drivers here, which are price and stock trend. So we budgeted, as you see, we budgeted this year for a 5% decrease in the stock. Remember, we're also projecting this before we know what the commission's going to adopt for mortality limits. So not only are we looking at the assessment projections, but we're also guessing what catch level the commission's going to take for the upcoming year. Do this.
That's factored into this, or that
5% drop
affects
is
that
affects our catch rates. And then the price, and obviously if we could predict price, we'd all be playing the stock market rather than fish.
Well, do you have like a graph of the price, a time series of the price?
I can show it.
Yeah.
Would you like it on that?
I think so.
That's all I have in that spreadsheet anyways.
That's really interesting. Yeah, thanks for doing that.
It's certainly more challenging than I thought. Impressed by how many factors have to be considered there, and also sensitivity to those two unknowns.
Can the team help me with adding control to my own screen so that I can share it from my computer?
Maybe while we're waiting, one of the things, actually Colin noted it this morning, one of the things that we didn't really touch on yesterday in terms of loss of our survey, one of the costs of not sampling Region 4 this year is that we may get behind on our maturity research program because we're going to be lacking those samples, and that may actually hold us up for another year or however long it takes to get those samples in Region 4. So we generally are thinking about the research as a value added to our survey, but I think rightly need to remember that we have like this reproductive output study is our top priority for our research program right now, but it's actually being slowed down by the fact that we're not sampling Region 4 and not sampling Region 4B at as high a level in the last couple of years as we.
Would it be worth thinking about adding a model to the ensemble, plus or minus on the maturity ogive, so you start to see what the implications might be, or at least start, especially since it seems.
I actually have, for the last few years, I've been running sensitivities showing the effect of either change in global scaling of reproductive output, or 1 year I looked at the effect of like maternal effects. What if the reproductive output was steeper than just growth, and also showing the effect if we had a trend in reproductive output over the last decade. And it does show, it shows that our estimate of trend in spawning biomass is sensitive to trend in reproductive output over a short time period, say 10 years. So we've illustrated that. I could highlight that perhaps more to the commission, but it's there in our documents from the last several years of the stock assessments.
Something like the trend would be difficult because you need to really have the information, but.
Well, we hope to. I mean, that's really the long-term goal of this, is once we have the maturity and fecundity schedules established, then we're going to be looking to roll that into a monitoring program where we try to track those over time so that we can see whether that sort of thing's changing. And I think particularly under some climate change scenarios, it might be, you could very easily imagine a link between environmental conditions and either skip spawning or fecundity, fecundity via growth or other things that would have a feedback loop that we need to keep track of. Maybe not on an annual basis, but at least on a 2 or 4 or 5 year basis. So that's where I mean, in 10 years, I would see us having a short time series of reproductive output to be able to evaluate whether these things, A, are we getting it right now? And then B, is it changing over time? And if so, we need to be accounting for that when we can consider where we are relative to our reference points.
Have you incorporated those as scenarios in your?
Not at this time, no. Something that we could easily do.
Should be. Should definitely be. I think you guys with the MSE are probably getting close to that stage of. It's good that you don't have a million scenarios right now, for obvious reasons.
So
But
you can add one more?
Yeah. Now we have scope to add something.
Yeah.
But now, because this is good, because if you had tons of scenarios, you might have some that, why is that scenario even there? But what you're describing is something that is legitimate. You could include in the ensemble, you can include in the NSC or both, or.
So I can walk you through. So this is example for
Let's
two.
maximize that for us.
Yes. So this is example for 2C area, and on the x-axis we have a month, so you can see the changes over season, and the colors represent the years. The size of the point is the catch in each month. And these are the prices from the fish tickets. These include only Alaska because that's the only data we have on the rolling basis. So the prices for 2A and 2B, they come typically with a lag. So I just wanted to show you the most up-to-date prices. So that includes also first couple of months from 2023.
And 2022 was obviously that was a 30% drop from the year before. That was COVID. And the prices for halibut and lots of fish tanked that year. 2020. So that bottom series was lower than anything we had seen, and nobody saw that coming.
And just to clarify, these are nominal prices, so they're not adjusted, right?
So over a year, so the annual averages are going. Pretty wide, like just, 2019, you get COVID in there yet, but 2019 and 20.
Would 3A be an example?
It's a lot of fish in 3A. Yeah, it might be worth looking at.
We can also check 3A.
You have one that just has the annual trend, on just the average,
Uh,
the annual average over time,
I have.
Right here?
a year. Average over months.
One of the challenges we have in that projection is that these broad patterns matter, but what really matters is the interaction between exactly where we caught the fish and where we sold them. So the prices can vary by close to 50% depending on what port we end up having to land them in. And so even though we might be right on and that maybe there was a 5% change in the stock, but there might be a 20% change in one area and an 8% change in a different area. And if the 20% change occurs in an area with the highest price and it's downward, that's a huge hit on fish that we were counting on paying for things compared to, an area with a small amount of fish. And that sort of stuff, and we don't know ahead of time where the survey deliveries are going to be made, depending on how the fishing goes. They may go into one port or another. We don't know, how the different ports are going to stack up. Some ports are always have a lower price than others, but some vary a lot year to year. Sometimes a new buyer will open up and a port will become competitive, or a buyer will close. So it seems like this stuff is kind of tractable, and then we realize, there's so much variability year to year in the details of where all these things come together. That's part of why we see such a big spread year on year.
What about the seasonal variability? Do we have any control over when the season there?
Well, our survey, it takes us about 3 months to conduct the survey because we just can't, we don't have enough equipment and people to do it faster than that, boats to do it faster than that. So we start at the end of May and we run through the beginning of September. Unfortunately, although that's the best period of the year often for weather, it's the worst period for price because the price generally starts a little bit high. Well, Bush knows more about it than I do, but let her talk
Well,
about
it's a
seasonal
hard,
price.
that's a kind of traditionally known trend, but if you look at the data, it doesn't always hold. So, and I wanted to show, this is only up to 2021. These are the weekly prices, but what is interesting, so for example, there's a lot of interactions of other species, particularly sablefish. So, and these are the prices of Pacific halibut in blue and sablefish in red. So you can see for a long time they were tracking, and in the, like at the end of this time series, they completely diverge, right?
Sorry, which color's which?
So let me just,
Halibuts and blues.
halibut is in blue and sablefish is in.
It's dollars per pound,
Yes.
$2 a pound.
So there's a lot of additional factor that impacts the Pacific halibut price.
But hell, the price has been going up pretty well. Well, I guess that's just over a couple of years though.
That's this plot is from 2006.
These are also.
Yeah, these are nominal prices.
In your spreadsheets, do prices by rigor. Prices by charge.
Is there very much leverage in starting the survey the highest land, most positive ones, regions, so you get the best price? I mean, if you
I think that
we get the most
answer is it's complicated. As Basha says, it doesn't always go down monotonically. And sometimes we have the option, sometimes it makes sense to finish with the best areas because some vessels, if they're going to be transiting at the end of their work, can actually deliver their last trip to a port that's fairly distant from where they were fishing that has a higher price.
And
So
that's- yeah, and then the issue with that is that, for example, the last year or the year before, we'd set that up for the final sales, the final landings. And due to technical and operational difficulties, the vessel couldn't actually fish those stations. So we lost quite a bit of catch as a result. So it's such a variable situation to be in.
I think the only like a really constant thing I've seen in the data is if you want to have at the highest prices, it's the first landing of the season. So you would have to be there at the very, very beginning. That's a very constant thing that is
Looks
showing
like
up
towards
in
the
the
end.
data.
or really late in the year, yeah. But we can't change the comparability of the time series of the survey wouldn't allow us to change it
Yeah,
to
no,
the time
we
by
wanted to do
4
that.
months
No.
because those fish would be in totally different places. Early and late in the year, the fish are still finishing or starting their spawning migration when the fishery opens and closes versus summer where they're actually at their feeding grounds.
And just compare it with the pre-game. Yeah, similar. It's just the higher. So the amount.
What is this?
This is regulatory area 3A.
3A? So something like 2A, it's more of a catch rate thing than a price thing? I would imagine 2A would probably be pretty good catches, wouldn't
Surprisingly not.
it? Yeah, I don't want to say anything.
With the exception of this year. Again, historically it's not, but this year it was.
We got a new buyer in Westport. And there's such small offloads that typically you got a buyer who chases you with a truck.
Yeah.
And it affects the typical price you see. It's very different than all the other regions. Rather.
throw me the mouse. I'll just put up those 9 sales just to give you an idea.
And they're coming from all over the place, or?
At the moment, yeah.
Thank you
Thank you.
for sharing.
Skins used to grow. Brigades it took. That was the big. It wasn't still on it. So, essentially, it was very fixed cost per day.
So this is going to be even harder for those online to view, but it just gives you an idea. And so these are from our first to the 9th fish sale this season. We have obviously the regulatory area, the charter region, vessel information. We've got information on the total number of stations for the charter region versus how many have been fished to date, for example. And within this specific offload, we have the predicted catch per station. We have halibut predicted versus actual landings, what the difference was, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, for bycatch. And so if I scroll over, what you can see is that with the predicted, the predicted fish price versus what we actually received, you can see that that combined with the total landings, the predicted landings, means that we end up with a difference that varies quite significantly from each of those offloads. And it really doesn't take much in an area such as in Chicknick, for example, that we were from this particular landing, from these the total landings and the fish price being down at $1.56 on what we predicted, we're instantly from a single landing in the whole $112,000.
That's crazy.
So just from those first 9 landings, we come down to $153,000 in the whole.
And are those fully fished?
No.
Charters?
Not
So they still have fishing to do.
Yes, but these
They're
numbers
only-
have
they're
already
only halfway
been
through.
prorated to
Oh.
the number of stations that have been sampled. So because we have the predicted catch per station, what they actually caught for those stations, and it's already carried across. So that sends off a couple of alarm bells. First of all, the price is terrible. Second of all, the catch rates in 3B, this particular area, and also 3A are very low.
You're projecting that loss, but you've only fished a third of the stations.
Yes, but
So-
the prediction is only on the third of the stations.
Yeah, but as those stations come in, that is going to affect.
Yes, but for example, that 112,000 is based on 30 stations completed. 30 stations predicted, 30 stations completed. So it's an apples to apples comparison. It's not comparing on the full, for example, 48.
And one thing we've seen in the last couple of years is we've shifted from older year classes to younger year classes. And we see this historically as well. Younger year classes tend to be much more patchy across the stock distribution than older year classes have tended to spread out. And so what we're seeing is greater variability year to year in the actual catch rates for a small geographic area. We might be getting the overall trend right, but predicting it at the level of a charter region is very difficult. And so we're seeing more and more divergence, either up or down, primarily down last year and so far this year in the predicted catch rate, which is just a global average versus what's going on in the area.
Does the size affect price at all?
Yep. So smaller fish are
Factored into your
lower.
thing?
No.
The issue of a general, like establishing what's the price for different size category, it's very difficult because it's not consistently reported in fish tickets. It's a very variable way how fishermen differentiate the fishing like size categories on the ticket. So it's difficult to get exactly prediction of how this fix would vary by size.
What you just said, this is an off-topic question, but so you say that the smaller age classes are much more patchily distributed. So is that the same, would that same phenomena hold during the spawning season?
I don't know. We have
Because if it
very
is,
little,
that would
have-
partially explain Joseph and Andy's data. You're dealing with younger age classes, depending on where you're sampling. If it's really very spotted, you're sampling different places, then you're dealing with different fish.
Mike.
Cohorts. So if you're
We have very little sampling in the winter historically, so we don't know much about that. Although our general understanding of the our conceptual model of the life history is that they spread out to feeding areas in the summer, and then they move sometimes 1,000 miles and aggregate to particular areas for the spawning season. So I guess I would expect them to be less patchy during the spawning season, but based on nothing other than our conceptual model.
Those fish were all over 90 centimeters anyways, so you're less tuned into that. You're just looking for these bigger fish that are likely to spawn.
So there's a lot to think about there. I'm not sure what the SRB is going to be able to sort of contribute to overall, but if we have spend some time thinking about how we would like to take into consideration some secondary objective, also the Commission's request to comment on potential reductions to the scientific adult recommended design variance limits. Variance 15% rather. That would be useful. How are you going to do that?
So what happens to the 15 to the primary objective performance for these designs is what I guess that would be the thing that we would want some information on. I guess that should we request that for September? Is that what
We already did talk about that yesterday.
well, because projection.
What we saw yesterday, the CVs that we would get in 2026 if these unrealistic designs actually came through. And what we talked about wanting to see before then is what will happen next year
Based on this design.
based on this.
So we've already requested that, so that's good.
We don't have the ability when we're in the final discussions with the commissioners, we don't have the ability to do those predictions, at a meeting. When the commissioners say, what would it look like with 30 stations instead of 24?
Right.
It's not feasible for us to rerun the space-time projections to figure that
It
out.
took at least a morning to do those two areas, and just the time it takes to run the code. If we have a few days leading up to a meeting, we can certainly add those to the design presentation.
I think it'd be really useful for us and commissioners to see how much those CVs blow up.
Yeah, and I actually intend to plug that away this afternoon.
And so we requested that for September. As far as some research possibilities, it may be worthwhile looking at. Maybe this is something you don't expect to happen that often, but there is some convergence of stock abundance and price that maybe it's just not feasible to maintain long-term revenue neutrality. Because I would imagine a couple of years in the hole, and you're going to have to not do it anyway. Maybe that could be, maybe there's a scenario that can be creatively generated for the MSE just to see what sporadic missed surveys might be, especially if you're going to be using the FIS in a management procedure, because then you have to figure out what you're going to do about that missing data point.
Sean, are you talking about not doing any survey, no survey, an entire year, through a year without any survey at all? Just go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like at the moment, there's always a version of the survey that makes money, even if it's just 2C and 2B. And one possibility is we make money. We have a year or two, we just run the big money making ones, and that pays for us to do intermittent surveys on the ends of the stuff. There's always something we can get out of this, it seems. It's pared down.
Yeah, and there's value in that just operationally as well as maintaining
Right.
this whole portfolio and staff.
So maybe it's some minimum.
And because we were estimating the temporal correlation in the space-time model, missing a year, we can still create an index with the associated inflated
Yeah.
variance. So 1 year is not so bad, but if as we've tried to describe to the commissioners, when we start getting to 2 and 3 years, there's no more temporal correlation left. We're out of that window now, and we're back to just not knowing anything about what's going on in those areas.
I mean, COVID 2020 was a pretty good test case of this, where we did basically the core, and maybe even the. I mean, I don't know. Do we make money in 2020, or because prices were
Looked like the price was really good.
low, but we fished the best.
2021, they were good. It bounced very back after
But
those.
we didn't fish the unprofitable, the revenue negative regions in 2020 either. So I don't know how that played out. But there's a version of that, maybe even smaller. But you've got parts of 3A, maybe a couple of regions in 3B, all of 2B and 2C. That's going to make money even less than ideal year, and that gives you 60% of the stock coverage.
So like, from a strategic perspective, you would run some simulations, skipping the survey. In reality, in practice, you probably wouldn't want to skip it fully. So just, you're only interested in the boundary. You won't get to try to simulate what happens if you did 2C, like that. To see what it would look like missing it all together would be at least for bound on it. But that, now you can ask Sam for some stuff.
Uncle Sandmark.
No, close, Sam. We're doing a multi-species project, looking at maximizing economic yield. So we're doing actual supply demand curves, price elasticity, and all that economic stuff.
There's a number of papers saying that inverse demand holds for many species, and various papers say besides Pacific halibut.
Yeah.
So one thing we tried to introduce a couple of years ago was an economic index into our basic reporting, so the commission could see how some of these trends were changing, things that affect our survey, fuel price in particular. And
Yeah, we use fuel price, labor price, size of a stock price of the
I
fish.
thought that would be really helpful for them to have a sense of how things were trending, and they asked us to take it out. So
Just in time for when you need it.
exactly.
But actually, it reflected very well the kind of general notion of like what people were thinking, what was happening to the fishery over a long period, because it was developed that was like a quite long time series that we included, and it actually reflected very well how fishermen or like people in general here as well at the IPHC thought about how good of a fishing years they were based on general recollection.
Comment at the time was that they didn't see how it fed directly into their decision-making process. But I think it's becoming clear that it feeds into our planning process pretty heavily.
It shows you the trend, in terms of trying to achieve the revenue neutrality objective. That's come back more and more to the other technologies going on.
Yeah, I can see annually reporting. Here's the update. Here's the graph over time of how we're doing against revenue neutrality. It's the budget. Here's the account. Well, balance.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we did this year to highlight the fact that we have this issue. Just quickly, in 2020, so during COVID, with that pivot and reduction, we were positive 320,000. We're able to keep it positive. That's for sure.
Even with terrible prices. Yeah.
Time for a break.
Great. So I think maybe what we'll do now, and thanks for all that. That was great. Just a section of this.
I think there's more of a need, and the commission's really understanding that we can't just move forward with what we want from the scientific perspective. It needs to be balanced. It counts. So I think they would appreciate it. And I think it just helps you understand as well, instead of just, yes, this is everything we need to meet our science objectives. We're done. So it never works that way. It's got to come back and go through that process.
We need to put Bob Lackey's definition of fishery science at the top. Start the documents.
Is that, I don't know.
I can dig it up for you. It's a one sentence thing that basically it's not fish biology. It's fish biology, economics. Like this is a lot of science. It's risk science. It's not really, human dimensions. He doesn't go into that, but the things that affect the fishery. There's lots of science. All right, so I think what we'll do is wrap up this report. Polish it up, send it to you.
So the only other items we have is a quick discussion around SRB members, and Giuseppe's got a slide. And then I don't think there's any other agenda items we need to revisit. Is there anybody? No. Okay.
Yeah, if we can have the, yeah, thanks. Yeah, if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, basically the Secretariat listed a series of proposed members that cover two main areas. One is life history, population ecology, and biology, and the second area is fish population genomics specifically. If you go to the next slide, please. This is the list that was proposed for the first category, life history, population ecology, and biology. And there were 5 individuals on each of the two lists. These are rated in order of preference, at least for the Secretariat, and that was for topic for discussion here. The first one is Professor Anna Kuperinen from Finland, and she has been contacted. She has expressed her interest. She's hearing back from us to move forward. The second one was Anne Boudreau. We only contacted the first two on each of the two lists, so we have not heard yet from Anne Boudreau. Anne Boudreau is a professor at the School of Marine Affairs at the University of Washington. Kim suggested also that Stephanie Carlson could actually be an appropriate candidate for the second list of genomics. So if you go to the next slide, these are the lists that the Secretariat thought that could be informative members on the fish population genomics area. Paul Benson from Dalhousie University. Paul Benson has recused himself. He's close to retirement, and he wanted to concentrate on research, so he turned it down. Gordon Lukard was also contacted, but we have not heard from him yet. Other members are Malin Pinsky from Rutgers. Probably all of you probably know him well. Is that, is he Santa Cruz now?
Oh, he moved to UC Santa Cruz.
He's living with someone.
And then some other members.
Mark Christie might be another really good person. He's at Purdue University.
Did you see the name again?
Mark Christie. CHRISTI.
Rutgers having a retention problem of good people, or are they just it's just the natural ebb and flow of faculty?
I'm not commenting. Might be informative.
Eric Anderson is a quantitative person. He's not a lab person. So it depends on what you're looking for as far as the expertise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the purpose of bringing somebody with fish population genomics expertise is to really support the work that we're doing on the population genomics area, mostly Andy's work and the current work, and then moving forward. So
We welcome any comments from the SRB members to regarding these two lists.
I noticed that there was also something in the hiring plan. There, some research associates, research scientists, scheduled contracts.
Yeah, that
research
didn't,
plan.
yeah, we were not able to follow that up on an actual position. So yeah, we did advertise a postdoctoral position that was stemming from the research scientist vacancy that we had a year and a half ago. That position was advertised and was not filled in. In fact, we went through the process of interviews, and the candidates, all three candidates, actually turned the position down for variety of reasons. And then we were not able to pursue.
This was the life history modeler.
Yeah, this exactly. This was a component of the life history model. Yeah, that position was initially thought to be split into two short-term postdoctoral positions, not a permanent research scientist, but two. One that would cover one specific topic, that was life history modeling, and then the second postdoc was intended to cover other areas.
And has that budget disappeared for a research scientist, or is it still there? Could it be reallocated to maybe something like someone in genomics that would lead?
Yeah, I think that at least, I mean, I'll let Dave provide the details, but no, I believe that this position is not available.
Like, the reason I ask is that is an occasional visit from an SRB member enough, given what you're trying to do with genomics? Is there enough in-house expertise to really handle what you have to do?
I think Kim is probably the person who knows best our capabilities. You've seen, you're aware that there's only really one individual leading this project. That's Andy. Andy's extremely talented individual, but that's all we have.
Yeah.
In that area. And I think he can actually handle this, the project that we are undertaking regarding population genomics, the structure, and then moving forward. But yeah.
So if that's something.
Are you thinking, or are you just?
What's he doing?
I mean, more is better, right? I mean, I'm curious why the geneticist that you're collaborating with isn't more interactive with the group and providing more information and opinion.
Are you referring to our current collaborators?
Wes Larson.
Yeah, no, we actually have, I would say we have a good working relationship with Wes Larson. We meet regularly with Wes on certain topics. Obviously, we've been meeting mostly on a virtual basis, but yeah, I mean, we can always have more collaborations, but we do have several meetings a year. Wes is one of our partners in the MPRB grant, as well as Ingrid. So yeah, we could always reach out, and then I would say that we have a really good working relationship with Wes. But
But it seems like there's typically a lot of questions that come up in the documentation provided by the SRB, and the question is why are these there's gaps in information, etc. Why is that the case if you're interacting somebody with expertise in that area?
Yes, we can increase our level of interaction with Wes, definitely.
So, I mean, you'll see what we've written in in the biological sciences in the area of genomics. And I would offer, why are there so many points that are mentioned in there if you're interacting with somebody who has, expertise, you're closely in contact.
So I guess you can read those later. And that's something to consider. It is, there's life history, and there's the life history modeler. Was the original research scientist, but thinking about the expertise is really needed, especially if it's talking about 2-year contracts.
Yeah, and I think it's important for the SRB to feel free to comment. That's where you see is that there's a need in a particular area.
And it doesn't say anything, it's nothing against the work that Andy does, but it's just a question, is it enough? So you're waiting to hear from Anna, and I guess she's expressed interest, so that's looking good. But the other list.
Yeah, the other list, we were waiting to hear from Dr. Lukart, and we have not contacted the other members, and just waiting, basically waiting for instructions as to how to proceed and whether the SRB would have agreed with this ranked list or would have additional suggestions.
Give me a name for the mission economics. Nina Thurkelson.
Yep.
And so would Mark Christie too.
Would the SRB value positively to bring one additional SRB member for each of these 2 sort of areas, general areas, or would the SRB recommend just bringing one for one particular area?
I think 2. They're pretty different areas. I mean, I think the population genomics is a really critical need. I would put that first, but I do think that we could also benefit from somebody like Anna Cabrera, somebody with the life history perspective.
Much to say, genomics, that's for sure. And it depends where it's going too. I'm really serious about going the CKMR route, for example. We're gonna need some heavy duty.
Yeah, I think that's a decision that we have to make at some point, whether we pursue that avenue or not. This time, we're actually busy with other projects. They might have capacity right now to embark on the project, but we were in consultations with Cicero regarding establishing sort of a pilot study to determine sample sizes and what required for us to be able to get to the point where this would be a feasible study, whether the samples that we have, genetic samples, are sufficient according to the year classes that we're considering and geographic extent. But we're not there yet. So this would
Well,
be,
they're doing it actively right now in Atlantic San in Dan Rosante's lab, former master's student in my lab, is the PhD student live project. So if you want to talk to somebody about it, Dan would be the person to do it, because it's happening. It's happening right now.
Yeah, Atlantic element. Yeah. But yeah, so that was going to be my question of if it is something that some pilot work might be useful for, but it sounds like you already know that answer.
yeah, we had a series of conversations with the CSIRO members, Mark Bravington and some others that that pointed us towards the direction of potentially doing a pilot study. But that we're not in a position there to implement it right now.
Okay, so I guess we can just,
So should we leave you then to spend drafting the rest of the hours and shoot it across?
yeah, I don't think we need a couple of hours.
See 1 hour. Shoot it across. We'll clean it up ready for adoption. Okay. Sounds good. Good. Well, thank everybody online. We'll come back in about an hour and we'll just keep you posted where we're at. So, thank you. Nope.
Probably.
Got some options there.
There's there's a whole tray full of
Alan.
stuff.
That's good.
You have little kids. I can definitely.
Okay, well, we're back online. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll jump into adoption. So, you, Chair.
Okay, so as usual, we'll go through this line bullet by bullet, item by item, whatever it's called, and I'll just leave it up on the screen. People can read it. If you have any comment, make it. Otherwise, I'll just move on. So, line 1. Did you notice the appendix I sent?
Did, when we get down there, I wasn't going to attach it because we have it verbally.
Okay.
And then we can just amend it and put it onto the actual paper itself.
Okay, so this appendix 1 is going to be fine then.
Yeah.
2. Some calling stuff. Top of the agenda. Voting and recalling. Okay, starting with observer updates. Line 8, paragraph 8. That is pretty paraphrased, but okay, paragraph 9.
Probably don't need the comma after impacts.
True, he actually addressed this one specifically, but I think we did. I'm not sure we. See, we have a specific recommendation on this. I know we talked about it here and there, but keep an eye out for an actual recommendation. 10. 11. 12. 13. Called.
For 2022.
That somebody's reading it. 14. I think this is it, right? This is where it's going to go. Well, I guess our recommendation is going
Is to add
this.
these, yeah. So if you go down one, you have,
Does this match our edits to that Excel file?
I think so.
Did you,
So-
did you make those?
no, I didn't. So in the version you sent me, you simply had, E added. Is there
Oh,
others?
we
Do you
had a
want-
spreadsheet. It was a
You
spreadsheet.
wanted the spreadsheet as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
just the column. There was the columns, and we also put example. The way you had it, but we just had.
So just put a little note just at the top there after modification by adding, and then just in brackets, include appendix report.
Says suggested changes, but that would want to be elevated. And this is just a note.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Recommended.
Requested or
Requested. Just don't want to lose it.
Matter, recommend a request. $16.
Two S's and specify.
Specify. So the following is only, there's only one follow. Yeah. Let's see here. My shortcut keys.
Oh.
$17. $18.
I think that should be 4A. It's the area of highest.
Yep. Okay, 19.
So here you had recommended, I've just highlighted whether you actually wanted to go to the commission or whether it's just asking for us between now and SRB.
Maybe which is which? Requested is something that to be done by September?
Yeah.
And
If you
recommended is,
just want us to work on it, if you want the commission to review and potentially endorse it. Rest of them recommend.
so let's recommend.
You.
Sure. Good. Basically to use equal weighting. That's what we're recommending. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Paragraph 20. Noted. 21. $22. Must have pasted these in. $23. $24. $25. This is another one. This is a recommended.
Yes, just go through all of these. I've just added both so that you can choose.
Would you be, I'm just, haven't thought through it completely, but Olaf made the note when we're discussing this, that objective 2.1, the one based on the 36%, might be an easier one to meet and make these management procedures constant across. thinking about this, I plan to sort of look at both of those objectives as a method for this. Because to do this for objective 1.1, which is the 20% relative spawning biomass, is I'd probably have to remove the control for ramp fishing intensity way up. So I'm wondering if, because it says possibly objective 1.1, I'm not worried about it, but I don't know if you want to be a little more specific, especially if
Why don't I
it's
just delete this?
okay.
Okay, 26. It doesn't contradicts the earlier one.
It doesn't exactly match the schedule. It actually slightly follows the schedule. So we would generally anticipate, like this year, last year was the full assessment. This year's the reconditioning.
So
Like I said,
23 could be the year following.
3 years for both.
I guess yeah. It's just that we can't really possibly do it in the same year.
So it should be consistent with the schedule.
Yeah.
Instead of match, it should be consistent.
Yeah. And
We
that
set
would-
something up here too.
23. And I think if you remove the word match and put in like consistent or follow, that they would then be consistent with 23.
Should we just delete 23 and just deal with this one?
No, I like 23. You can delete the latter part of 23. Yeah, maybe after the
Yeah,
comma,
let's
you
get
could
rid of that.
delete of that. And then you deal with that down below.
This one, reconditioning operating model.
Yeah, and then the word match. Take that.
Just use the phrase you had up there, following each full stock assessment, because that's pretty clear.
So reconditioning operating model should follow each full stock assessment.
I was
thinking
thinking
of
of
the second-
in the second sentence.
I like where it says where the SAS changed significantly. Likely means following each full stock assessment.
Just at the very end of the second sentence. Conditioning operating model following each full stock assessment. Update is still a little bit confusing just because we call the assessments in between years updates.
Get rid of some words.
Perfect. No, that's more of a NOAA term, I think.
So following is like, do we want to be specific in the year following, or just you could follow it at any time?
It wouldn't hurt just to keep expectations in line with what we can do.
Seven.
Sorry, it's 26 a request to recommend.
Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna stick with recommend for the most part. Seven. Eight. Okay, this is
28, Alan, is unusual conditions the term that you,
I think it's a good enough term. something that wasn't formalized out of the MSAB, but I think we would understand that.
Feel like that? That's good. 28. Yep. So this would be annual. We added that. So every year you would be comparing new FIST data to the simulated distribution for the last fully conditioned operating model, which is another one that from the original one that the NP was adopted based on. Okay. 29.
So on 29, what the SRB is saying here is that something happens, we present it at the SRB meeting, and the SRB would declare if an exceptional circumstance was met and then formulate a response. If an exceptional circumstance was to be triggered, it would likely be triggered after the September SRB meeting, and it wouldn't come back to the SRB until June. So I'm wondering if that is a bit of a delay for some response to begin, where a lot of work could begin in that intervening time. So I'm wondering, the SRB did mean for that to have that delay.
Well, there's this. Right? Is that something is persistent. So it's not like something would have to be egregiously wrong.
We would see that warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like one way to go is if it's triggered for 1 year, then at the next SRB meeting, we talk about what the response would be if it gets triggered for a second year.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that was the intention, and that, that I can explain that process that anybody asking as well. So thanks for that. Then, okay.
And this isn't meant to be that the SRB shall determine the response. It's meant to be, we will determine it. That's why we didn't say the SRB will do it. It's just at the next
Oh, okay,
meeting.
at the meeting and to establish, okay.
So that would be the June meeting.
So there'd be lots of time.
Yep.
We could have, if something was really came up and it was like, okay, we need to deal with this in September, in June, and we could possibly have just like interim call to say, okay, what are we going to do?
Yep.
$30. So this might be a request.
I don't know if we want to deal with it now, but there's a recommendation later in the report, right at the end, that is very similar to this. So maybe we flag this and then we'll come back to it.
It's like the same thought.
Yeah.
Something about this elsewhere.
Is that better than that? Is that what it is? Request it. It might be a request.
Yeah, I think, yeah. And the timeline on this one is something for September. Yeah, it could be done. It might not use. Yeah. Could be done. Yeah, I'm thinking about the new conditioning of the operating model, given the request to put these informative priors in more explicit process. I can revisit all of them and just put them into that framework of reproducibility, basically. and then get those done, and then do testing of those, matching with previous ones. And then do these simulations.
I think the this simulation could be useful to have in September because
Okay.
that can help inform the scale of impact on management procedure performance if the commission decides to choose a much reduced version of this.
And that's what the comments are later.
Okay, so that's the last comment.
So this will give us some information to
So I guess-
secondary.
Yeah, so in that 30, we suggest a couple of different designated scenarios, but it's really the FIS index, I guess, that we're concerned about.
Okay.
Fund 32.
Yeah, I would like a little bit of clarity from the SRB regarding 32. This was in reference to the pilot study that Colin presented yesterday on a very small number of females in each of those areas that were examined, 30 females, and we indicated that we had some preliminary data suggesting that there may be some geographical differences, and that in 2022, all the data was from 2020. In 2022, with a coast-wide collection of reproductive samples, we would revisit this with a much larger set of samples. So in that paragraph, it states using the existing data. Does that refer to the 2020 data or the 2022 data that we're currently analyzing?
How about updated data? Updated or new or?
Or just delete using the existing data.
Those are referring to the plans that we are already
Yeah,
undertaking.
the idea is not that we're suggesting go out and collect more data than you already collected for this topic, but that you use the existing samples, yes. Including those
Which is part of the original plan.
Is that a request or recommendation? It's kind of a long term thing.
It's almost an agreed that continued investigation is.
We need this bullet? We need this paragraph then?
I mean, this is already in the documentation as one of the outcomes of the 2022.
The point we wanted to make here was about the seasonal, whether there was seasonality.
This will be addressed with the samples that we collected in 2022 and that we're collecting again in
The
2023.
samples are being collected year round in 2022?
No, and you're referring to the pilot study that was collected in July and August of 2020. We're not talking about year-round.
No, but the question here is that based on the data that we saw, the initial conclusion, preliminary observation was that, I forget what CA means, but there was a higher prevalence of those in the east than in the west. And we were wondering whether that's a seasonal thing or that's actually an age thing.
I don't know if it's seasonal.
Oh, whether it's the timing,
Time,
yeah, whether it's the timing of the sampling within the annual reproductive cycle, or whether it's actually an age effect.
I think it would be useful to highlight it because it definitely has stock assessment implications and
Yeah.
variability. So I think we noted that we're keen to see the results of the final analysis.
I mean, we frequently make suggestions that are things that you guys have said that you're already planning to do, so I don't think that's a problem.
Mhm.
This is a way to make sure that we all can get together in September.
My concern with this, though, is that it says the current maturity sampling design does not determine whether that happens, so do some additional analysis. But if the current sampling design does not determine that, what additional analysis could be?
Yeah, I guess the
But I thought I did hear that there was some plan to do some winter sampling.
No, I don't.
That you were going to get some fish from the commercial fishery in the winter or something. You said you had a way of getting fish in the winter.
That's potentially an avenue, but it's not something that
So
we have lined up at this point. Okay.
So then,
As of right now, we're constrained to the summer.
so we should recommend or that some kind of seasonal, like full seasonal cycle be replicated
Cross regions.
across regions at some point in the future.
I'm confused because it sounded like Giuseppe was saying that the 2022 samples you already have in hand are going to answer this question. Whether those, the high rate of,
It could potentially answer that question, but not on a seasonality base because we're constrained to the months of the FIS where the samples are being collected. But we could look at whether or not length or age is determining whether or not these individuals, because the samples are being collected during the same time frame, but we're not going to be able to answer whether or not that same thing is occurring in the winter or the fall because those samples aren't being collected.
Maybe it would be, we could change the last part of the sentence. I mean, it's an either or thing, a couple of phenomena that could be happening. It could be
Yeah.
a size or age thing, or it could be an environmental thing, right? So maybe having that as part of the last part of the sentence. To evaluate whether the differences among regions can be explained by differences in size, age, sample individuals, or environmental variability.
But I don't think you can answer that until you go and collect seasonal samples like you did elsewhere.
That's right. I mean, you're right, but it would be a sign that additional work is needed to be able to evaluate the efficacy of either hypothesis to explain the data.
Which they're going to do anyway, right? The plan is to evaluate size, age, and maturity. That's the whole study idea. I think the point we want to make is this one about the seasonality.
there's really 2 points confounded in here. One is are these differences in the southeast because those fish were size / age than the fish elsewhere? It's, if you look over the season.
And I would stress the fact that that 2022 samples will corroborate whether that preliminary observation is correct or not. I mean, we may find out that in 2022 we do not find differences. Just as a reminder that that initial study that Colin presented from 2020 was based on 30 females alone in each area. Now we have a much larger sample collection to reevaluate that finding.
Yeah, but I think part of the point is that nice to look at whether those individuals in the southeast are different ages.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that.
But that's what's going to be done. So we don't, a recommendation from us doesn't, it's kind of the thing. You're going to do this and we're going to recommend it either way. So it's, anyway, would this work? If I got rid of this highlighted part,
No, that's the highlighted part I think is important. That's what we're saying.
but you can't answer that question.
We're talking about two different things here. You can answer whether the differences that you've seen in the southeast are because those fish are on average a different age than the ones elsewhere. That's a
Okay,
straightforward
okay.
way to-
But even if there are a different size or age, there still could be an environmental effect.
That's the answer to the question.
Location.
But there could also be.
There could also be,
Yeah. But both things could be going on.
right.
But they're already planning to answer this second part of the question.
And as I said, I think we should keep it in there, even if they're already planning to do it, to make sure that we, just a placeholder for all of us to make sure we come back and look at it.
Or an alternative would be just to have the first half of that paragraph as a note, and then the second one as the recommendation. So basically, setting a period right there and separating the seasonal component, working age, and size component.
So what about this part? Just keep this?
And I would delete that because that's included in the initial.
Well, we didn't recommend it. This just says it can't determine it. We didn't actually recommend that more work be done because this is something, this is actually new investigations that we're suggesting be done, which is fairly substantial compared to analyze the data you already have. And this is something that came up a long time ago when we first looked at.
Where the first analysis was just on one location. Right.
The second one, and evaluating the difference of small regions. And evaluating the extent to which.
How's that? I think everybody knows what we were trying to say. We just can't say it very, very easily, but we just don't want to lose like this one here because that's really the.
So the recommendation is for us in September to come back and present the plan.
A request, that would be a request, wouldn't it? To come back. I don't think, by recommended, I don't think we're specifying a time that you need to do this by. It's just, that should become a priority in developing proposals or research and things like that. But at some point, it's going to be a high priority when, as you said, you might have a new maturity schedule by early 2024. So we also talked about running some scenarios in the assessment ensemble and the MSE with alternative maturity schedules to start to prepare the commissioners for this kind of thing. So that would really, if it turned out that it's really sensitive to that, then this would be a more of a high priority thing to get to. All right, let's move on. 33.
So 34 hook strippers are actually not permitted under regulation right now. That's already the case. We included it in the study as a contrast because we knew that for bad weather conditions and fatigue and things, they are occasionally getting encountered by that. We wanted to capture that, but it is not an approved or allowed method.
For halibut. But halibut do get caught in fisheries that use hook strippers.
They do, and I was trying to clarify with Ian what the status is on those regulations, and I don't know that.
Um, we just put a period here. Just the paragraph. Spare some reading. Done. 34. Five. Six. A request or a recommend? These were all recommended. Seven. Eight.
38, if you can scroll down a little bit, I think there's a B paragraph, the second paragraph. Just for the sake of condensing the text a little bit, would it be possible to state that the Secretariat evaluate different or multiple sliding window sizes as is indicated in the bottom? And then maybe shorten that paragraph a little bit. It's clear what the recommendation
I
is.
think, yeah, and like that 15 kilobase window, I mean, that was just that's a start, this is the first time going through this, that was just a starting point.
What the point is that the window width, and you have variation, the mean FST within that interval, which means we have different standard deviations. That means estimating some measures of statistical significance are going to vary, et cetera. So, a theme through several of these suggestions was what we had talked about the other day, trying several different approaches and looking at how robust the data are to the application of different approaches.
I don't know how to do this, but I want that up there.
That's right.
Somebody please make that happen.
Thank you, Word.
38.
Yeah, with 38,
Oh, yeah.
we need a little bit of clarification if you don't mind. Andy will go to the specifics, but I think the software that Andy's using is already contemplating that. Go ahead, Andy, and explain.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with this here, so initially, so I guess, yeah, there's maybe a disconnect in like what we're actually, the process for like estimating FST within angst, and so it's not that the like only minor allele frequencies are being used to estimate FST. It's that site frequency spectrum is polarized according to the minor allele.
Okay,
And that's,
I misunderstood.
yeah, so that's like a, I mean, it's, yeah, documented. I mean, yeah, it's a documented approach, like within angst. So,
But that's not what the document said. The document sounded like it said that you were only using the minor alleles.
no. And yeah, we did explore using like the derived allele frequency spectrum, but that with the missing data. So we stopped doing that. And chose to go this route.
That's the case, then this can be deleted.
38.
Well, this one, if I may make a suggestion, maybe we could condense. I think there's a little bit of redundancy among the different sections, and maybe we could summarize these 3 points in just one, indicating the secretariat. And then we can go down straight to C, use several independent methods and identify SNP loci. I think there's a little bit of redundancy in the 3 different paragraphs. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
That's. See,
I guess B could be deleted as somewhat redundant. I guess you could delete the what is now currently B, which was C there as well.
All right, 39.
That highlighted a section in blue. I would refer most likely to the report for SRB 21.
Yes,
That was the recommendation.
it was a recommendation, but I didn't. It was formed, but I don't understand the data. And I think it has something to do with the filtering based on a really low minor allele frequency, but you'd have to really look at it. So I don't think the GMSD really gets at the question of how do you use the markers to differentiate stocks, and I think that's the primary objective. And so I think that the exploration of measures of diversity as estimated with that is of less importance. Because I just can't interpret the data as you had it plotted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, so since it was a recommendation at the last meeting, I mean, I guess, so this suggests explore various filtering values, or you just, like, if it's not useful as far as discriminating stocks, like, should we just stop trying to, interpret these values of the GMSD, or?
Well, the first thing would be to try to understand why it's negative and why it's so negative.
Sure.
And because, yeah, I just.
Got it. So yeah, based on that, I guess then we make a determination as to whether or not to continue with
Right.
this analysis. Sure.
$41. $42. $3.
Regarding 44, a little bit of clarity regarding the types of multi-dimensional analysis that are referred here would be helpful to us.
Pairwise analysis.
Like, in terms of like 2-dimensional side frequency
You
spectrum.
could do that with a pairwise regions, right? That sort of thing. Yeah.
Oh, like between sample collections.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Sample collections. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, that's essentially what we're doing with the FST analyses. So like, yeah, I guess, are you looking to see just like visual representations of those two-dimensional SFS? Okay.
So can I just leave it like that?
So would you like including visualizations?
Yeah, I mean, if it needs to be clear, yeah, maybe, yeah, visualizations of the SFS.
Of SFS in multiple dimensions?
I mean, yeah, I mean, going on beyond 3, it's like hard to,
It's hard to
yeah,
visualize.
right. Or yeah, produce like what sorts of things. Yeah.
45? That a request?
I mean, on Tuesday, we had some discussion of, how you have 4 some odd million variable steps, and the vast majority of them aren't telling you anything.
Sure.
So you have a greater probability of being able to discriminate by focusing on a subset that you could establish by using an outlier criteria or concordance among several outlier criteria. So, again, I don't, does it have to be done by September? Probably not.
Okay.
But I think you're going to have to do that.
Oh yeah, no, oh for sure.
46?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like this one and the previous, 45 go hand in hand, right? Without this, you don't have a basis for forming that selection. So could they be combined in some way?
Sure.
Is this a noted? I think that should
Yeah,
be
it is
noted.
noted and it is a request.
So there is redundancy there in 45. But I think I guess they could be combined, because what 46 does is it emphasizes what the primary objective of the project is. And, focusing on parts of 45 and 46 that are suggestions how to move forward to better address those objectives, I guess, is what the point of this
Well,
was.
I guess I kind of see 45 as like a follow-up, this follow-up to 46, right? To perform those outlier analyses and make that subset.
Then you reapply that to the analysis. So
So showing 45 should probably go before B, the recommendation.
This,
Yeah, we're talking about combining.
So
45
grab
and
this.
46, so grabbing 45 as a prerequisite for
the whole thing?
Yeah. Almost more than- Inserting that after the IPHC noting that and before the second recommendation. So after these groups,
So another bullet? Oh, this thing's really touchy.
that would be the first. In fact, that would be the first bullet. So you can remove the first A.
This whole thing?
It's noting, well, no. You
Before it?
maintain that. You note that one of the primary objectives.
Noted that one of the primary objectives.
Right. And then the first bullet point or the first point is really the first recommendation.
Right. So this, put it here. And then get rid of this noting. That's the redundancy. So delete this down to recommended. Delete that.
Is that, do you think that first statement is necessary?
Well, it's also a note. And the suggestion is by using a reduced subset of outlier or definitive discriminatory loci, you're going to improve the variability accounted for in the multivariate ordination as one of the benefits, one of the benefits. And
I want to say to improve, like you just said. Somewhere, where do I put to improve? To improve genetic relationships? No. To improve.
To improve characterization, differentiation or something.
Characterization of differentiation.
Well, like,
Boy.
you got SRB recommended that the secretary reanalyze and, well, you can just preface that, yeah, to improve the characterization of genetic differentiation.
Doesn't really where I wanted it.
yeah, it's kind of. So
Recommend
take
reanalyze.
where your cursor is now to the beginning of the SRB recommended. Copy it after parentheses PCA.
Where is the SRB recommended?
Beginning of that.
The line above it.
Oh, this part here.
Yep.
2 lines below.
Maybe, yeah, maybe characterization of spatial differences or something.
This here? It is.
I do this for the MSAT.
Okay, so this will get cleaned up later, but knowing that the secretary described. Yeah, what is this? Yeah, something's missing here. I think we're gonna get rid of this. This part. Does this say anything to anybody that we can agree on, or?
Well, that's a statement of fact.
Yeah, Here's the recommendation, consider additional analyses.
So the,
Then it must be the SRB recommend.
Right, that's right. Can't believe you're still with us after all that.
um, so after low in point B, the SRB recommended the analysis using only outlier.
Are we happy? Yeah, definitely not the looks of it.
No, yeah, that's good.
That's, you can fix that up for us, Dave.
So just to get clarity then, so paragraph 46, essentially the SRB noted that one of the primary objectives is that, and then Secretariat described as such. As a result of those two, the SRB is making
Recommendation that the analysis be redone.
two recommendations. So how I would modify this is it would just be literally paragraph 46, noting that one of the primary objectives of the Pacific halibut genome, etc., and that the Secretariat describes genetic relationships among, etc. The SRB recommends in paragraph A, one recommendation, and then paragraph B, that second recommendation. And I'm not sure what you want to do with D there. So if that's correct,
Is D slightly redundant or should?
Yeah, I guess be,
Uh,
and then that can be deleted. D can be
is it deleted? Oops. Okay. Boy, that's a tough one. 47.
I mean, so like discriminant analysis of principal components, right? Is that really like a clustering, unsupervised clustering method, or is that's kind of like more of a classification task, right? So
It's a classification. A PCA will give you a description. Discriminant analysis of principal components will allow you to test hypotheses based on the dispersion points, based on that multivariate ordination.
but I guess yeah, like just the unsupervised clustering methods. So like the PCA based, like it says as well as PCA based clustering. So I guess yeah, well, like yeah, it's discriminant analysis really like a clustering method. Rather than like a method of discriminating, like predefined groups, right? Is that
It'll allow you to do several things. It'll allow you to identify those loci that are really heavily weighting on ordination. It'll allow you to be able to say whether or not that visual description, the inter-individual locations within the ordination are consistent with clumping associated with populations. I mean, the document that was in SRB 23-9 said that k-means clustering was going to be used. And this is another call for use of multiple different techniques and looking at concordance of results based on different techniques to be able to discriminate individuals associated with presumed populations of origin. Then in B, you're going to want to use that, right?
Right.
And you want to do that using assignment testing or mixed stock analysis. And it would be useful now that you have a baseline data set, whether it be all loci or probably with just subset of outlier loci. How well can you do? And in the other document that I shared with you guys, I gave you some references on ways that you can do those simulations.
What word do I need right there between mixture analyses and leave one out? There's a word missing.
No.
Mixture analyses, leave one out.
Analysis is just a cross-validation technique of assignment testing.
So
Well,
so
you could say
including such as?
Yeah.
And such as. As is like. Okay, 47's good. I guess we'll just power our way through it. It's already started too much.
Sure.
Okay, let's just power through it. 48. $49. Okay.
Is that relevant for 4A as well?
I think it's relevant for any of those areas, 2A as well. Yeah, those three. And it need not be. Yeah. No, that's one.
Why don't we have 2A as
No, I'll be doing it in.
The nuance is that 4A and 2A will have some sampling in 2023 through the Charles survey and through the sampling we've done. So it's they sort of fit in the second part of the bullet, in that it would be good to look at the CV, but they are not cleanly categorized with 4B and as completely unsampled this year.
Okay, I mean, you could modify that to largely unsampled or something from 2023, because it's funny. I'm doing it.
if this area is.
Okay, that was 50. There we go. There's what happened to 51. It's gone. 52.
So 53 is the one that I think is redundant with 30. If you do view split screen, you can look at them both. You want me to? I see this. This thing is touchy, yeah. Great. Break on the page.
If you click, yeah, double
Can you
the,
drag the split?
Trying to get there. So that to do. All the way back to the bottom. Okay, as close as I'm gonna try and get it.
Yeah, it's good.
So I'm wondering if 30 can be deleted and you can just make sure 53 states everything that you want. I think
Or the other way, because 30 has
Yeah.
that point about exceptional circumstances. Not
Oh,
very
true.
using that.
Yeah, whatever way, I think the detail in 53 is helpful, but as you said, 30 is also relating to exceptional circumstances. So,
So we could also just reference that. Let's
yeah.
say that's also noted.
Requesting. That is nice. Actually, 30 then is a request. I'll do some work. 53 elevates it to the commission as more like supporting information for them. Yeah.
I have a question less about 53 in specific and maybe more about section 5 in general. Thinking back to what Ian had mentioned around the CV target of 15% and that being almost more of a something that the commissioners would need to weigh in on in terms of policy. Not sure if it would be useful to sort of flag that for commissioners, saying that this is something that they almost need to weigh in on.
The 15%?
Yeah, or that it's the 15% isn't there necessarily for the coast-wide stock assessment, that it has bigger implications for the distribution of the stock, and the distribution is used for the allocation, and so that is something that the commissioners would need to be aware of.
Hold target.
Shouldn't that be in this section?
Could be. Mentioned stock assessment. I don't know. And Marie, does this help? Is this kind of getting at what you?
Yes, that would be, it doesn't matter where the sentence is, it's just would be useful for me to be able to point to it and flag it for our commissioners.
Okay, 55. $56. Everybody's happy with that? Okay, 57. Everybody got the dates in the calendar?
That's Monday to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Is that what the dates are gonna be? Yeah. Oh, okay. I had it in my calendar.
You had to move the back a week.
Okay. That brings us to the end and the adoption of the report. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions.
Thank you.
We look forward to the final version, which we will all read very carefully.
Oh, man, I do it so much.
First thing I get on the computer was Control S.
Yeah. But now with Drive, like I'm working on Google Docs and stuff, I'm always Control S-ing, but it's like, what are you trying to do?
Does something else? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what it does.
You want to send an email?
Right. So for those people online, report's been adopted, and thank you very much for your time.